Welcome to Power BI Dashboard, Advanced UI/UX Design Techniques. Before we dive into the details, let me emphasize one key idea. This course is all about unlocking your creativity. It's not just about teaching you how to recreate designs, it's about giving you the tools and techniques to bring any dashboard concept you see on the internet to life in your own unique way. By the end of this course, you will have the confidence and skills to design dashboards that are as creative and innovative as your imagination allows. Now, let's take a closer look at what you will learn in this course. In the first module, we will set the stage for your success. You will get a comprehensive introduction to the course, understand the data we will be working with, and prepare all the essential tools and files. This foundation ensures you are ready to dive into the creative process. In the second module, we will explore how to design and structure your dashboard layouts using Figma. You will learn the basics of this powerful design tool and create professional, customized backgrounds that set your dashboards apart. Positioning visuals and preparing layouts will become second nature as you master these techniques. Next, we will focus on the visual details that elevate your dashboards, from integrating transparent backgrounds to styling cards, gauges, and charts. You will learn step-by-step techniques to create polished, professional designs. You will also explore dynamic transparency using DAX techniques and unlock a cohesive, visually stunning look for your dashboard. In the fourth module, we will bring interactivity to your dashboards. You will design sleek menus using Figma and integrate them seamlessly into Power BI. These menus enhance navigation and create a smooth, user-friendly experience. Then, you will learn how to create button-activated visual switching. This powerful technique allows you to present multiple visuals in the same space, enhancing usability and saving valuable screen real estate. Then, we will explore hover-over effects and action techniques that bring your dashboards to life. By designing hover-over elements in Figma and implementing them in Power BI, you will create interactive visuals that engage your audience like never before. Dynamic slicers are a game changer for any dashboard. You will learn how to design custom slicer backgrounds in Figma, implement interactive slicers with show and hide functionality, and even add subtle blur effects to create a polished, modern look. Finally, we will cover photo management and dynamic photo displays. From building a photo repository to creating interactive displays, you will master techniques that add depth and professionalism to your dashboard. By the end of this course, you will have the tools, techniques, and confidence to create Power BI dashboards that are visually stunning, highly interactive, and tailored to your unique goals. Remember, this is your opportunity to combine technical skills with your creativity to design dashboards that truly stand out. Click the next lesson and let's get started. Welcome to this exploration of our Power BI dashboard, a journey where data meets design and insights are brought to life. Today, we will take a closer look at each visual, diving into their purposes, their current state, and identifying areas for enhancements to transform them into compelling, interactive pieces of storytelling. Let's begin with the sales overview page. Right at the top, we are greeted by the bold and straightforward title, Sales Overview, establishing the purpose of this dashboard. Below that, we find a gauge chart showcasing the sum of revenue and sum of sales targets. This visual is essential for understanding how the current performance stacks up against set targets. However, it's presented in a standard format that lacks the engaging aesthetics or layered interactions that would truly capture attention. To the right, We see two key performance indicators, KPI cards, one highlighting total sales, which stands at 1.27 million, and the other showing the average sales per day or month, recorded at 2.54K. These numbers are impactful, but their presentation could be elevated. Imagine these KPIs with interactive highlights or hover over effects that invite exploration and emphasize trends or notable figures. Moving down, we encounter a line chart labeled Sales Overview, mapping out monthly sales data from January to December. While this visual allows for a high level glance at trends over time, its straightforward design can feel static and uninspired. A touch of interactivity like dynamic tooltips or subtle gradient color schemes turn this simple chart into an engaging data-rich experience. Below the line chart, we have a bar chart titled Sum of Total Revenue by Category. This visual breaks down revenue contributions from various product categories, with categories like electronics and personal accessories taking the lead. While informative, this chart lacks the layered color depth and refined styling that could make these insights stand out with clarity and emphasis. Finally, to the right, we see a tree map labeled Sales by Store, presenting how different stores contribute to the overall revenue. The color segmentation helps distinguish each store, but the flat, basic design leaves room for enhancement. Imagine this tree map with a touch of transparency, hover over effects, and a tailored color palette, maybe, that aligns with the brand identity and user experience goals. This could create an intuitive and captivating way to navigate store data. Now, let's turn our attention to the employee performance page. This page begins with another straightforward title, Employee Performance, immediately setting the scene for a data deep dive. On the left, a gauge chart displays the sum of revenue and sales target, showcasing a progress bar that indicates 616K out of 1 million target. This gauge is functional but visually plain. Adding custom gradient fills or subtle animation could elevate its presence, making it both informative and appealing. Next, to the right, we have a line chart that captures the sum of total revenue by year, quarter, month, and day, offering detailed insights into revenue over time. While valuable, this visual could benefit from interaction features like drill downs or clickable data points that guide users through deeper layers of analysis effortlessly. Below these visuals lies a bar chart labeled Count of Transaction ID by name, which highlights the individual contributions of team members such as Bryce Sanchez or Tom Lee. The simplicity of the uniform blue bars doesn't convey depth or highlight exceptional performance at a glance. By incorporating data labels, subtle color variations, and hover effects that provide extra context, we could turn this static visual into a showcase of team achievements and standout contributions. Overall, while these dashboards serve their purpose by presenting key metrics and data points effectively, they fall short in terms of aesthetic value and interactivity. The current design leans on simplicity and lacks the polished, engaging visual elements that invite users to explore, interact, and immerse themselves in the data. Imagine these visuals with refined transparency settings, dynamic slicer panels, and customized headers that integrate seamlessly into the design. Think about the impact of a hover over feature that brings insights to life, or DAX driven transparency effects that add depth and sophistication. These enhancements would not only make the dashboard visually appealing, but would transform them into powerful tools for storytelling and data driven decision making. Stay with me as we move forward in this course and unlock the full potential of these dashboards, bringing them from basic to breathtaking, from functional to unforgettable. Let's create an experience that truly resonates with users and highlights the power of thoughtful interactive design. Great job making it through the in depth exploration of our dashboard's data and context. Now that we understand what we are working with and have identified areas for enhancement, it's time to move forward to the next crucial step in our journey: positioning Power BI visuals for optimal design and preparing the layout. First, we will start by setting the foundation: Canvas settings. To start, we need to ensure our Canvas settings are ready for optimal layout adjustments. Here is what you will do. Go to the visualizations on the right side of your Power BI interface. Click on the Format Your Report page. Scroll down and expand the Canvas settings option. Change the type from 16:9 to custom. Adjust the height and the width as per the project you are working on. In our example, we will use 950 and the width will be 1500. Input specific values if you have them, or adjust as necessary for your layout needs. This step ensures we have a consistent canvas size that supports our visual structure and layout. Second, ensuring consistency across pages. Consistency across pages is key to a professional and cohesive dashboard. To do this for the second page, navigate to the Employee Performance page by clicking on its tab at the bottom. Repeat the same steps. Go to Visualizations, click on Format Your Report page, Canvas Settings, change the type to Custom, and change the height and the width. By doing this, we maintain a seamless design flow as viewers navigate between different sections of the dashboard. You can have a overall view of your dashboard using two methods. Either you click on Control and scroll up using your mouse to zoom in or zoom out, or from the menu on top, you click on View, then you click on Page View, then Fit to Page. Next step will be initial visual adjustments. We will move all visuals down to create space and adjust the menu text. For that, we open the first page. We select all the visuals. We move them down. We do the same for the second page. Now, from the first page, we select the text box containing the menu text and we adjust it. We change the font size to 18 and we change the Canva. We can move this, zoom out, and we can move it. So I will position the menu, for example, here. I copy and paste, and then I move it next to the first menu, and then I will rename it to employee performance. I will need also to adjust the container. Next, I will select both of these, Control C to copy. I open the second page, employee performance. I remove this visual, and then I click anywhere, Control V. I will have the menu on the same position as the first page. Now I will begin positioning the visuals in a way that ensures even spacing and balances the layout visually. This step helps visualize the approximate final look of the dashboard, though we will make further adjustments as we move forward. So as you can see, when I have positioned the visuals, I have considered so many factors. First, I have considered that in the background that we will be creating, there will be a shadow for every container. So I have kept some space around each visual. Second, I have considered for the slicer that when I expand the drop-down list for the sales, for example, as you can see, it does not overlap the store name, and the shop names does not overlap the bar chart, because we are going to create a panel that appears and hides as per our needs. Also, I have tried to put these two visuals on top of each other in such a way when we add a menu, we will be able to toggle or to hide and display whatever visual we need to display. I have kept some space here because we will be displaying the picture of the employee that will be selected. For example, if I will select Tom Lee, his picture will be here. Lastly, I want to highlight that if you want to make sure that two visuals are overlapping with the same dimension and same position, same way we did for the canvas, you click on the visual to select it. Then from visualizations, you click on format your visual. Then you click on general. Then from properties, you will find the size and the position. You take note of these and then you apply them for the second visual. Same way, they will be automatically overlapped. You do the same if the two canvas you are using have the same sizes like we have here. For example, if I want overlap the gauge that I have here with the gauge that I have in the second page, I do the same. I select it and I go to format, visual, and then general, and then position. I get the size and the position details and I apply them to the next one. While it's not our case now to do that, but I just highlight it in case you needed it in the future. Now, with the visuals positioned, take a screenshot of each page and save these screenshots in an organized folder for easy access. These screenshots will be crucial as we move into the next phase of our design process. They will serve as a base layer when we create the dashboard background, helping us understand the visual placement so we can draw boxes and containers effectively. Now that we have set the foundation for our dashboard layout, it's time to shift our focus and get familiar with Figma in the upcoming video. This is where we will design the background that will enhance the aesthetics and usability of our Power BI dashboard. Get ready because the next phase will be an exciting leap toward transforming your dashboard into an engaging, visually cohesive tool that captivates and informs. In this video, we are diving into an exciting and essential tool for creating stunning dashboard designs, Figma. Whether you are a complete beginner or have some design experience, this is step-by-step session will help you build confidence in using Figma for Power BI. Figma is a powerful design platform that allows you to create clean, professional backgrounds and layouts for your dashboards. Today, we will cover everything from navigating the Figma interface to mastering the basics of design tools. By the end of this video, you will be ready to start crafting layouts and components that take your Power BI dashboard to the next level. Let's get started and transform your dashboards to visually striking and user-friendly tools with the power of Figma. To get started with Figma, the first step is creating an account. Open your browser and navigate to Figma's website. To sign up, click the Get Started for Free button. This will take you to the sign up page. Here, you have two options. You can continue with your Google account for a quick and seamless setup, or you can use your email address if you prefer to keep things separate. Simply enter your email and follow the instructions to set up your account. Once you have signed in, you will land on the Figma homepage. This is your workspace where all your design files and projects are organized. Figma's free plan is more than enough to get us started, and it offers plenty of features to help us design stunning Power BI dashboards. Once you are signed up, you will gain access to the platform and can start exploring its interface. Let's move on to the next steps and take a look inside Figma. On the left side of the screen, you will land on the Figma homepage. This is your workspace where all your design files and projects are organized. Let's take a moment to explore this interface and understand its key features. On the left side of the screen, you will see the navigation panel. This is where you can switch between different sections, like drafts, all projects, trash. Below that, there is an option to explore the Figma's community, where you can find inspiration and templates from other designers. At the top center, you will notice the New Design File option. Clicking this lets you create a fresh file where you can start designing your dashboard layouts. Next to it, there is the option to create a Fig Jamboard, which is a collaboration whiteboarding tool and a new slide deck, perfect for presenting ideas. You will also find an option to import external files here. In the middle of the screen, you can see your recently accessed files and projects, neatly organized for quick access. Each project is displayed as a thumbnail, making it easy to identify at a glance. You can also use the search bar on the top left to quickly find any file. On the right-hand side, there is a drop-down menu to filter files by organizations, file type, or sort them by date. This helps keep your workspace tidy and efficient. This clean and intuitive layout ensures that everything you need is at your fingertips. Now that we have familiarized ourselves with the interface, let's jump into creating our first design. Let's begin by clicking on New Design File from the main Figma workspace. This will open a blank canvas where all your creative ideas will come to life. The first thing you will notice is the clean, intuitive interface that Figma offers, which is divided into several key areas. At the very top left corner, we have the main menu icon, represented by the Figma logo. Clicking on it opens the menu with options for managing files, editing objects, arranging elements, and even accessing plugins and preferences. This menu is your go-to for all the files and tool management tasks. By default, your file is named entitled. To rename it, just click on the name at the top left corner. Type your new name. For example, first design. All files created in Figma are automatically saved under your drafts, which is basically a folder, unless you move them to a specific project. This ensures your work is always saved and accessible. On the left side, you will see two tabs, File and Assets. The File tab allows you to manage pages and layers within your current project, while the Assets tab provides quick access to reusable components like icons, design elements, or styles. For now, we will stay in the File tab to explore pages and layers. In Figma, pages are like different sections or screens in your design file. You can use them to organize your work, such as creating separate pages for dashboards, prototypes, or concepts. For example, one page for desktop dashboards. I click anywhere to deselect and approve the renaming. I will click on Add a new page for mobile dashboard. Or I can simply right-click, click on Delete, and then double-click to rename it. This will be Page 1, Dashboard, click anywhere, then Page 2, Dashboard. Layers, on the other hand, are the individual elements that exist within a page, like shapes, text, or images. Think of pages as containers and layers as the concepts. For example, I'm selecting the first page. So I will see the layers involved in the first page. I will click in this tool, rectangle. I will draw a rectangle. I click anywhere to deselect and approve. Here is my first rectangle in a layer. Now I will create a circle. I choose ellipse and I will draw an ellipse. I click anywhere. As you can see now, I have ellipse 1 as layer, rectangle 1 as layer, and these two are under the first page. If I click on the second page, they disappear because they are in the first page. Second page, I will, for example, draw a star. It will be a layer. As you can see, if I click on page 1 dashboard 1, I will have these two layers. Page 2, I will have only this layer. On the right hand side, we have two key tabs, Design and Prototype. The Design tab is where you style and customize your elements, while the Prototype tab allows you to link elements and create interactive transitions for your design. For now, we will focus on the Design tab only as we build our shapes. Now, let's change the background color to something more visually engaging. To do this, click on an empty space on the Canva. Go to the Design tab on the right and select a background color under the first page. So here, I will change this to any color I want. If I change to page 1, this color background is not applied to page 1. It's only applied to the page that we have selected while we are changing the color. Now, let's go back to page 1. Here, I will select both of these shapes and I will click on delete from the keyboard to delete these two layers. I will start by creating a frame. I can click on F from desktop keyboard, or I can just draw a frame using the frame tool. So also the frame is considered as layer. When I click on the frame to select it, or if I select it from the list of layers here, all the properties that appear on the side are relative to this frame. Let's say I draw an ellipse. Here, the properties always are customized or get changed according to the selected layer. For example, if I'm clicking on the Canva, I will have the properties related to the canvas. If I click on the first layer, I will get the properties related to the ellipse. If I click on the frame, as you can see, the properties change. I will draw a rectangle and let's change the properties. For example, I'm selecting the rectangle here and let's see, I have the positions. I can change the dimensions from here, or for example here 300, so you can see, and I hit enter. For the appearance, I can change the corner radius from 0 to, for example, 20. As you can see, this part changed. If I want it to change only from one or two sides, I can click here. And then these are the four corners. I turn this to 0, turn this to 0. As you can see here, it changed. This is not yet. Okay, changed. And here, for example, I want only this one, so I will remove this one. I change it to 0. Again, I click on it to select it. I can change its opacity. If I want, I can change it to 80. If I change this color, you can see I will select the ellipse and I will change its color to the red. I click anywhere and then I click on it. I come here. You see when it moves under the rectangle, because there is an opacity, then it will reflect. I will click on the rectangle. I change the opacity to, for example, 40%, and you can see the difference. Now I will get back to 100 and I select it again. And here the stroke is like the border. So if you add a simple stroke, you can see that's the border added. Stroke take different shapes. You can explore them here, and we will explore later on while we are designing the design for the background for the dashboard. Effects. There are so many effects that you can explore. For example, the drop shadow is already selected. I will change the color of the rectangle so you can see. I can click to effect settings, and from here, these are the positions of the shadow itself. For the blur, I can change it to 10. And then for the position, I can change it to 10. You can see it moved. I can change it to 20. I want to move the x-axis, for example, 20 also. You can see the shadow that we have created and their effects. Now, what is the difference between creating shapes and creating a frame and creating pages? I have explained that creating pages make it easier to organize concepts. However, creating frames is like creating a container for our shapes, which means, for example, notice here, I have 3 layers. I want to include these 2 inside this container. It's not yet inside. As you can see, it has its own layer. What I can do, I have 2 methods. Either I will move this layer until inside the frame 1, and this layer inside the frame 1. So it's totally hidden because the frame, it is a container for the space that you have created only. So if I want to select the rectangle, which I cannot see, I can just select here in the layers list and I can move it. Now you can see it. I will put back these shapes and I will show you another way to put them inside the container. So I will just straight away move them literally inside, and from there I can move however I want. Again, this one literally inside. Now you can see it moved inside, and then I move them however I want. This is the container. There is another way we can do things. Now I want to explain to you masks, because they are an incredibly powerful tool in Figma that lets you control which parts of one layer are visible based on the shape of another layer. This is perfect for creating creative effects like cropping images into shapes or layering designs. Let me show you how to use masks within a simple example. Let's work outside of the frame now. I will create, for example, so many rectangles. For example, I created it. I changed the fill to, let's say, blue. And then I want to copy it. I select it, Control C. I click anywhere, Control V. You will not see the pasted square because it's literally on top. It has the same positions and the same size. That's why you don't see it. However, you can see another rectangle created here. So what I will do, I will just move it. I will do the same. Copy, paste. As you can see, it helps me automatically see the spacing between the different rectangles. Okay, now I have, as you can see, so many layers of rectangles. I want to group them together. So what I will do, I will select all of them, and then I will right click while my cursor is on top of one of them, and I will click on group selection. As you can see now, I have a group. When I expand it, I find all the rectangles. And if I select anywhere and now I want to move them, you see if I hover over, the rectangle has all the rectangles together. So I can click, drag and drop. It takes all the rectangles together. There is another way. I will select all, right click and ungroup. So now I have individual selections. There is another way, is to create a component. I select all and then right click and then create component. As you can see here, a component is created, including all those elements. Now, what is the difference between groups and components? The group we created for simple organization of layers. However, the component we created if we are going to use this component so many times and consistently during the design phase, which means later on, if I want the same component, I can go to assets. I can see my component. I will drag and drop it. So I have it here. I can drag more. I can have it here. Okay. Now I will just delete it and I will show you how we can do mask on top of this. So now the mask, I will use, for example, an ellipse. And I will draw a circle here that will play the role of the mask. And then the most important thing is that when working with elements, the mask always needs to be the layer which is at the bottom. So for example, here the ellipse should be under the components. As you can see, by mistake, I included it inside the component itself, but I want it to be under the component. The different how you notice is when you select and you try to move, you see the line is long. However, if I move it a little bit, it will select this and the line becomes smaller, if you can notice. You see the difference here? So that's the difference. I will put it here. And now I will select it and right click and use as mask. And now what I will do, you see this group has the mask group. So whatever inside that group will be considered by the mask. For example, now, if I move this, it's not affected by the mask. However, if I move it inside the mask, it will be affected. You see the difference? So now I can make it not affected again by taking it out. Okay, let me have the mask with, for example, a color. So now let me put it again inside the mask. I have the ellipse down. Okay, now there are two movements that we can do here. Either we move all the shape together, or we move only what is inside that mask. So if I want to move all the shape together, I select here the overall group and I move it. If I want to move only the component, which is inside, I click on it and I just move it. And also, I can make it bigger. I can make it smaller. However, I want to change it. Now that you understand the difference between the layers, the pages, the frames, the groups, the components, it's important to mention when we are working with a big amount of shapes, especially small shapes and big shapes, it will not be easy for you to select a shape that you need to change, especially if it is under another shape. So for you to know that specific shape, it is necessary to rename each and every single layer, which is a practice that you will notice in the next videos that I will be doing. For example, this mask group, I will double click and I rename it mask group for the circle and blue rectangles. I double click here, group of blue rectangles, because I know it's a component already by seeing the icon. Ellipse, ellipse mask. And here the frame, you continue on renaming. So later on, if I want to select whatever is inside, I can just click on it. Something else I want to show you is that when you hover over any layer, you can see there is an eye icon and a lock icon. This means if I click on this eye, any design related will not show. And if I click on the lock, which means I cannot select it anymore. This helps when you are working on the designs and you don't want to touch other designs or not affect them while working on the canvas, then you can simply lock them. With these foundational skills in place, we are ready to dive into our next exciting topic, designing the perfect dashboard background in Figma. In the next session, we will focus on crafting a professional and visually appealing background that will form the backbone of your Power BI dashboard. Get ready to bring your creativity to life. I will see you there. Welcome to the next step in our Power BI design journey, designing the perfect dashboard background in Figma. In this video, we will focus on crafting a visually appealing and professional background that serves as the foundation of your Power BI dashboard. A great background sets the tone for your design, enhances usability, and ensures a polished look. We will explore how to combine shapes, colors, and effects to create a cohesive layout that aligns with your data presentation goals. By the end of this session, you will have the skills to design a stunning background that elevates your dashboard's aesthetics and functionality. Let's get started. Earlier, when we started, we clicked on New Design File. This time, since we started in the draft, we can either click on Drafts and get the design we were working on from here, or simply from Recents, we will find it here. The first thing I'm going to do is to delete both of the pages because we are going to start our project now. So I have only one page where I will create inside of it the dashboard backgrounds. Now that we are starting to design the perfect background for our dashboard, we will use the screenshots we previously captured from our Power BI dashboard. These screenshots will act as reference layers to guide the placement and alignment of our visuals within Figma. First, we will create the frame. From the first page, we click on Frame tool, and then we create any size. Then, if you remember, we click here anywhere in the canvas from the dashboard, and from visualizations, format your report page, and canvas settings, we have the canvas height and width, which we will use inside of Figma. So we click on the frame in Figma, and as you can see in the properties, there is the dimensions here. We will change these to 1500 and here 950. We zoom out, or if you want, you can check in the top corner here, right corner, you will see the zoom and view options, and you can click on zoom to fit. I will still zoom out a little bit. Okay. Now I will copy paste this frame. I zoom out and I select it. I right click, copy, and then anywhere Control V, paste. So I want to rename these. This will be the page 1 of the dashboard, and this will be the page 2 of the dashboard. Then we will import those screenshots into Figma. To add this, simply we will drag and drop the image files into the canvas, or you go to the top left menu from File and Place Image. And you can select both of the images. Here is a trick. If you click, you will get both of the images pasted. If you want, you can click and drag. You see how it show up, and when you finish, you click and drag for the second page. This is a way. Or you can simply click here. You remember there was a rectangle. You can click here, you click on image, and you select both of these, and either you drag or you just simply click, you got both of these. Both of the ways are correct. Now, what I will do simply is to have this one named as background picture, no, screenshot, background screenshot, page 1. I will do the same for the second one. Background screenshot, page 2. Now I want this to be inside the frame. What I will do, I will either place it like this, or I will place it from the layers. And now I will move it so it will show up. And then I will start resizing it. Right, and here I start resizing it. So you remember I showed you how to lock the layers. So if you want to lock the layer, because we will use this as background, that's it. So you click here, you hover over and you click here. Now it is locked. Now we will start working on creating our background. Okay, the first thing we will do is to create a rectangle that will play the role of the background. Then, from the properties for the fill, I can choose any color. But for this example, we will choose this color, 2A, 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 and it gives us this nearly black color. I will do the same thing for the second page. Copy, I click anywhere, and I paste. So where did I get it? I get it here, inside the frame, first frame, then I will move it here. But still, the layer is inside the second frame, but still it is showing as, it is not showing. So first, I will need to make it on top, then I will move it like this. Because if it was under, the background will be hiding it, and the other files were hiding it. And also, it was not inside its frame earlier. So that's why it needs first to be inside its frame, proper frame, plus it needs to be on top. Okay. So I have added one box so you can imagine how we are going to work. And as you can see, when I select it, you can see that we have 3 layers here that are under one group, which is background visual. So now we will start doing the same. We have some light here, and we have the shadow on this side. We will do the same exact thing. So we will click anywhere. We create a rectangle. That we will use as mask. So you see here rectangle 3. If I right click and click on use as mask, it changes to rectangle 3 and the icon changes and the color disappear because now it is considered as mask. As I mentioned previously, masks englobes anything or contains anything that comes on top of it. So all the elements will be on top of that mask. But first, let's make sure all the details or all the properties are correct. So first of all, the mask should be alpha, and then the opacity should be 100%. The corner, I need to change it to 20 to change this part, as you can see. Now, when I select it again, it shows. The color should be black with 100% transparency. And then I will add the first effect, which is a drop shadow, where I will click in here. I can change more properties to 10 for the X and Y, the position of the shadow. The blur also should be 10. The spread should be 30. And here, the color should be B89, 3FF, and here it should be 10. Great. Now I will add another effect, which is layer blur. I will change this drop shadow to layer blur. I'll just make sure we didn't change. Oh, you see, we changed the one that we have modified. So this one, 10, 10, 10, 30. Here, B89, 3FF, and here, 10. Okay. For the layer blur, it should be 4. and the layer blur. Yes. And it should be on top. If you don't find the element that you want to select, you can simply select from here, from the layers. Okay. Now we have our mask ready. Now we will create the second rectangle. And then its properties should be the opacity 100, the corner should be 20, and then the fill should be white, and the transparency should be 10. And that's it. That's all I need. As you can see now, it shows up inside the mask. Okay. Now what I will do, I select the mask. I see its dimensions 498, 165. 498, 165. So I copied the same dimensions on the second rectangle and I just put it on top of the other one. So I have here, the rectangle is ready. Now I will create an ellipse. Which will play the role of a light. And I will make sure that the opacity is 50. The color is 6A, 65, 64, and it's hundreds. And the effect will be layer blur. And it should be 100%. Okay. Now, why is that we cannot see this one? Because as you can see, the layer is inside. It's inside. It's contained inside the mask, and it is out of the shape of the mask. So if I do like this, you can see it. So I will put it like this. I will make it bigger, smaller, as I wish. So like this. I want it to be in the middle. I want the other layer to be on top. Okay. Come on. I want them to be. If I want the perfect I can get the rectangle design properties hundreds and 497, and then the dimension is 498 and 165. Okay, I can do like this, and I get this one 497, 107, 498, 165. Both of them. Okay. 107, 107, and this one is 497. 498, 165. Great. And I will just, because I didn't need to move them because I already changed the position. They are already superposed, one on top of the other. And I will select all of them and then create group selection. So visual container. Now I see there is a little bit of difference when it comes to the shadow. The shadow that I see here is more. So what I can do, I go here and then effect 10, 20, 20, 25. I will do the same here. Yes, now it's showing. Okay. Okay. Now that I have the visual, I will delete one of them. Oh. Now that I have the visual, I will delete one of them. And then I click again on the background and I make it 60 here. So we will be able to see what is behind. So we select the rectangle background and we make the opacity 60 so we can see what is behind. And we have this visual container. We can move it on top of the chart, let's say, or the visual. Okay, and we resize it as per we want. And then I can rename this to V container gauge sum of revenue and sales target. Then I click on it, I copy paste, and I do the same for the second one. Here I will start resizing and renaming V container for metric total sales. Same for the third one. I will do the same here for the line charts. I want these to align. Perfect. I want the same dimension between the two. Perfect. And also, I copy paste this to this chart. And I resize. Okay, we have these in place. I want to show you something. If I click on the background from the layers, and then I change it to 100. I want to see the effect. As you can see, when we resize the boxes, the ellipse also got resized, which doesn't look nice. So I can still modify it for each and every box individually. Can do this. All this is to show you the techniques that you can use them later for any design. If you will be able to practice all this, then you will be able to create any design you want. So now I'm changing the position of the visuals in such a way I can get I can get the same spacing between the boxes. Click in here, 32, up, great. And now this and this. Oh, I will fix this one and this one. 32. Let's do this. I select 3 of them and the spacing I select these 2 and I change the spacing. And the spacing should be 32. Great. Now I will do the exact same thing for the other dashboard. So now that we have created both of our backgrounds, we are ready to export them to Power BI. To do that, I will simply select all this frame, which is here. So I'm selecting all this frame, right click, save as PNG or copy as PNG. And then you can open Paint, for example, and just click on paste. Or you can just select it. And down here, you can click on export. And then the size will be as it is, as for example, JPEG. And the quality should be high and export page 1. Now it's time to open Power BI. What we will do is simply, we will click in the canvas anywhere in the blank page, and then from visualizations, you choose format your report page, then canvas background, then from images, you click on browse, and then from the desktop or wherever you have downloaded the pages, you can choose the first page. And then for the image fit, you click on fill. You choose 0% for the transparency. Here, whether we choose fit or fill, it's the same thing because actually we have chosen the same dimensions as it is as in our Power BI. We will do the same for the next employee performance page. We choose visualizations, format your report page, canvas background, image, we import image 2. Image fit will be fit, same, and transparency to 0%. With that, we have successfully designed the foundation of our dashboard background in Figma. We explored how to import reference screenshots, organize them inside frames, and align everything to create a clean and structured layout. This background will be the starting point for a polished and professional Power BI dashboard. Remember, the effort you put into creating a well thought out background will greatly enhance the usability and visual appeal of your dashboard. Now that we have laid the ground, it's time to take things to the next level. In the next session, we will focus on refining your Power BI dashboard backgrounds, transparency, and visual styling. Our first step will be integrating backgrounds and the chart placement for a seamless dashboard. This is where we will start combining visuals and backgrounds to achieve a cohesive and dynamic look. Let's dive in. Now that we have successfully added the background to our design, it's time to take the next step and integrate it with the visuals. Keep in mind that While we designed the background in Figma, you can use any platform you are comfortable with, such as PowerPoint, Canva, or even Photoshop, as long as the tools in that platform align with the style you are creating. The key is to ensure the background complements your dashboard visuals and enhances their readability and impact. Next, we will focus on placing the visuals into their designated positions on the dashboard. This step involves aligning the visuals thoughtfully, ensuring balance and creating a seamless flow between the data and the background design. I will be carefully placing the visuals, ensuring they fit perfectly with the background layout. The goal here is to create a polished and professional look where the background supports the charts, not overshadows them. So here I added another visual, and now I will be placing, now I have placed all the visuals in their exact places. I have the slicers here. They will stay here until it comes the time to work with the slicers or the filters. I still have the two charts superposing each other. With the visuals now perfectly aligned to the background, our dashboard design has started to take shape. We have ensured that the visuals complement the background seamlessly, creating a clean and balanced layout that's both functional and visually appealing. This step is crucial is in setting the foundation of uh, an intuitive user experience. Now that the visuals are in place, it's time to elevate the design even further. In the next session, we will explore enhancing chart transparency with Power BI's native settings. This is where we will refine the visual aesthetics by leveraging transparency settings to create depth and harmony between the charts and the background. Let's move forward and unlock the next level dashboard styling. In this session, we are going to focus on refining the visual appeal of our Power BI dashboard by leveraging the built-in transparency settings. Transparency is a powerful design tool that can help your visuals blend seamlessly with the background while maintaining clarity and readability. Power BI's native settings allow you to adjust the transparency of elements like cards, charts, and slicers, giving you greater control over how these visuals interact with your background. By adding just the right level of transparency, we can create a polished, professional look that enhances the user experience without overpowering the data. To start with, I will click on the first visual, which is the gauge chart. From the visualizations, I click on Format Your Visual. Then I open General tab. Then I click on Effects and I remove the background. As you can see, the background is removed. I will do the same to all other visuals. I select the visual, I check Format Your Visual, I open General, then Effects, then I remove the background. Same here. General, remove background. Same for the line chart, remove background. The line chart has a tooltip that we will edit later on. The bar chart, same. We click on this and we do the same. And we move to the other page and we do the same for the gauge, general, effects, remove, remove. Here is still showing because we have two visuals, sorry. So we remove for both visuals. We remove this one. For the slicer, it's same concept. I want to change the color of the text, so I will click on here, font color, and I will make it white. I will do the same here. I will make it white. Then effect, then I remove the background. Same here, I remove the background. I will not modify the others. Instead, I will do copy. And then here, I remove these two. And then I click anywhere and then I copy paste. I click on paste so they will show up. We have now successfully used Power BI's native settings to enhance the chart transparency, creating a smooth and harmonious integration between visuals and the background. These adjustments have not only elevated the visual appeal, but also ensured a clean and professional presentation that keeps the focus on the data. But we are not stopping here. In the next session, we will take transparency to the next level by exploring achieving dynamic transparency with DAX techniques. This approach allows you to add interactivity and dynamism to your visuals, giving users a more engaging experience. Let's dive into this exciting next step. In this session, we are taking transparency to a whole new level by introducing dynamic transparency with DAX technique. This allows us to add interactivity and customization to our designs, creating a dashboard that's not only visually appealing but also highly engaging for the user. Let me give you a sneak peek into one of the interactive features you will encounter later, hover over effects. We will revisit this feature in more detail to show you how to integrate it perfectly into your design. For now, let's create a simple example to explore its potential. Start by creating a button. Let's say a square shape. And go to the style settings from button, style, choose the hover over. Now we can choose a color for the hover over. Once we change this toggle to on for the fill, as you can see, there will be a white color covering. So if, for example, I choose a fill, blue, and I hover over, I can see it's a blue. The transparency, I will set it for example, 60 or 66 or whatever. As you can see, I hover over and it is blue. This color reflects dynamically as you interact with the button. However, when you are not hovering, you will see that it gets covered with a blurry white overlay by default. While this is a built-in feature of Power BI, It can sometimes feel limiting and even annoying because there is no native way to make that overlay fully transparent. This is where DAX comes in. Using a DAX measure, we can control transparency dynamically, enabling you to eliminate that blurry white overlay and achieve a seamless interactive design. Dynamic transparency ensures that your visuals stay clean and professional while still offering the interactivity that users expect. What we can do simply is to create a new measure. Let's say here I will click on new measure, then I will put this. This one, 80, is the opacity. So for me, if I want it to be fully transparent, I will choose 00 and I hit enter. You can keep it 80 if you want it semi-transparent, for example. Now, what we can do is simply, we don't go to style and fill because this fill is included under the on hover. This style, as you can see, the fill, the blue one that we have chosen is under the hover. So what we will do, we will choose default and we go to fill. You see the color changed. And we choose from here first value and we check our transparency and OK. As you can see, now it is transparent with a hover over of blue. I click again, style, I choose hover, and then, for example, I go to fill. You can see 66 transparency. OK, like that. I will delete this because we will use it later. So click here and delete. We have now successfully implemented dynamic transparency using DAX, giving us full control over the interactivity and transparency of our visuals. This technique is a game changer, allowing us to create a seamless and professional experience for our users while adding that extra layer of polish to our dashboard design. With transparency in place, it's time to move on to the next stage of our design journey. In the next session, we will be styling cards for a polished dashboard aesthetic. This is where we will take those simple cards and elevate them into beautiful styled, visually striking components that stand out in your dashboard. Let's continue refining and perfecting our design. Welcome back. In this session, we will focus on styling cards for a polished dashboard aesthetic in Power BI. Cards are a simple yet powerful way to display key metrics. But to make them truly impactful, we need to define their appearance. We will explore how to style the callout value, category label, and dive into properties like titles, effects, and formatting. By the end of the session, you will know how to transform basic cards into sleek, professional elements for your dashboards. Let's get started. First, we select the visual. From visualizations, we click on Format Your Visual. And from Visual tab, we start by the callout value. The callout value, which is the main metric displayed on the card. In this example, it's 1.27 M, representing total sales. Here is how you can style it. First, you can change the font. For example, I will choose Calibri. And you can set the size to, for example, 40 to make the value prominent. You can adjust the color to match your dashboard theme or use conditional formatting to indicate performance using this conditional formatting. However, for now, we will keep it simple and we will use a color. For the display units and decimal places, for clarity, set the display units to auto or manually adjust them to thousands like K or millions like M. Use decimal places to round or add precision. You see the difference here? For example, with value decimal places 0, you get only 1 M. For decimal places 1, you get the zero point 0.3. If 2, then it will be 0.27. For the source spacing and text wrap, ensure the callout value fits neatly within the card, enabling or disabling text wrap as needed. Now for the category label. It appears at the top of the card and provides context for the callout value, such as total sales. The font, we can change it to, again, to Calibri, and we can set the size as we wish. But also we can change the color. But in this case, I will not include it, so I will turn this off. Now we move to properties, where we can adjust the card's layout. So we can define the height and the width. Now you can see the difference. So what we are changing now is the layout of the Canva. You see this one. So we are not modifying the text inside. We are just modifying the layout or the size of the container. This will be very useful later on when we use buttons for the hover over and you have so many next to each other. You need to make sure that the size of the container is the same across all the visuals we are using. For the position is simple. Whenever you change the position numbers change. The padding, you can adjust the inner padding to control spacing between the card's edges and its content, which means this part, for example, I will make it 0. You see it becomes smaller. If I make it 20, you see it becomes bigger. So I will keep it by as default. Now, as you can see, the title, which is another opportunity to emphasize the context. You can enter a clear and descriptive title, such as the case here, which is total sales. And you can change the heading and the font. I will put Calibri and I will choose 17. The color, I will choose this color. And then the background color, I will just show you. If I choose this color, this is how it will look like. I don't need a subtitle, but if it is the case, I will turn this on and I will type this is a subtitle. I will change the color so you can see it. You can see here the subtitle that I have added, but I don't need it. So I will keep it off. For the divider, I will just show you how it looks like. I turn it on. Here is the divider that is between the title and the visual or the metric. I don't need it also because it will make it difficult for me to adjust the others also, and I have them all on the same line. So I will just remove it. Now we move to effects. For the effects, we can change the background. Let's say I turn it on and I can put a background like this for example. Um, and I can play on the transparency. It doesn't really look transparent because the consistent background, but if it was a picture, you could see the transparency. I will turn it off. I don't need it. Now the visual border. I will turn it on and I will show you. I will change this color to white. If I click anywhere, you can see the border. If you need a border, you can use this option to create a border. So back again to effects. And you can change the color of the border as you can see. I'm choosing randomly colors randomly just to show you the render or the output of whatever we do. You can also have a shadow. Let's play with this. You see the shadow? Okay. So I will turn these off. I don't need them. Great. Okay. Now we will change the header icon. You see these? These are the header icons. So we will change the color. We go to general, header icon. Okay. I want the background to be gray. Let's see this color. Or this. Maybe. For the border, I don't need a border. But for the border, I will make the same border here. Same color. And then for the icons, which is these designs, let's see white. Or if you want, there is another idea. You can just change the transparency to 100 in such a way you will not have anything here, which is the case. I will just turn it to transparent fully. We have successfully styled our cards by focusing on the callout value category label and refining properties like size, title, and effects. These enhancements transformed a basic card into a polished and professional visual that complements the overall dashboard aesthetic. Remember, even small design tweaks can significantly improve clarity and user engagement. Now, let's shift our focus to another key visual element, elegant gauge styling for a professional finish. In the next session, we will explore how to refine gauge visuals to seamlessly blend with your dashboard design while maintaining their functionality. Let's dive in. Welcome to this session, where we will focus on elegant gauge styling for a professional finish. Gauges are a fantastic way to visually represent progress toward the goal. But to make them stand out, we need to refine their design and alignment with overall dashboard style. In this session, we will work through key formatting options, starting with the gauge axis, then moving to colors, and finally, focusing on labels for data, targets, and callouts. We will also cover additional styling options under the general section, such as titles, facts, and tooltips. As you can see here, we have two gauges in our dashboard. We have this one in the first page, and we have the second one in the second page. We will try to edit them at the same time. First, let's start with the gauge axis, which defines the boundaries and key points of our gauge. So the minimum, maximum, and target values are the settings that define the scale of the gauge. For example, 0M is the starting value. Here is auto because we are using a field, as you can see, per field value, sum of sales target. So the 0 is the starting point. If I change this to any other number, the field will not be considered. 10M represents the target value, and 19M is the maximum value given a clear visual range. So we can adjust these gauge axes, but we will not do that in our example because the information is taken automatically, retrieved automatically from the field. Next, let's focus on colors, which are essential for making our gauge visually appealing and easy to interpret. The fill color, you need to use a bold and contrasting color like the blue here to highlight progress toward the target. But since we are making our dashboard aesthetically appealing, we will use the same color that we have used earlier, which is, I will use a darker one here. Okay. For the target color, set a complementary color to indicate the goal. For example, you can use a lighter or neutral shade for the target portion to maintain balance. That's why here I will be using a lighter shade. So you can see properly that there is um, a target color here. Here you can use a conditional formatting. For example, you can use gradient color or you can use a rule, for example, to set certain rules. For example, if the value reaches a certain level, then this color will change, for example, to green or to red, etc. All this you can do it here. Or simply you can use a field and you can use it as colors. And also you can use colors using DAX formulas. All this is not covered now. At this stage, I want you to learn exactly the techniques, the necessary techniques to make a beautiful design. Once those techniques that I'm teaching now are well understood, everything else will be easier to find out how you can do that. So for now, we will just keep it as it is. We move to data label. Sometimes maybe you get confused between these. Which one is the data label? Which one is the target label? Whether in this visual or in the other visual. What you can do, you can always turn off this one and check which value disappeared. The data label, which are the 0M and 19M, you can simply remove them. We don't need them. We have the important informations here. For the target label, you can see here, if I turn it off, it disappeared, the 7M. 7M is an important information that I need. So I will make it in this color. I will put the format Calibri. The callout value is the value that is displayed prominently in a visual, typically used either in cards or even in KPI visuals or engage visuals. So it represents a single metric that is the focal point of the visual, designed to stand out and grab the user's attention. So this call out value is important. I will add this color. Great. Now we will change the title. So we will do the same. Here, the title is on Calibri 17. So I will do the same here. Calibri 17. And I choose this color. And I change here. Right. Also, we need to change the header icon. So I will Change it to transparent and it should be white. I will do the same to the second one. Now that we have changed the design of these two gauges, I can change also the tooltip. So as you can see, there is a tooltip here. So I select the visual and then again format your visual and then general and then tooltip. I can turn it off. I will not have any tooltip here, or simply I can modify it. What I will do, I will go to the background and I will make transparency 60 and the color will be gray. Okay, I think I will have to change the background. Let's see here. Okay, I will change. So the background is gray and 15%. I will change the color of the text to white. And the color of the numbers to light purple. Now I will do the same to the first visual. We have successfully transformed the gauge visual into a professional element by customizing key aspects such as the gauge axis, colors, and labels. In this session, we took our gauge visual to the next level, focusing on every detail to ensure it's both functional and visually striking. For customizing the gauge axis to introducing transparency to the remaining section, we have enhanced its clarity and in elegance by tweaking tooltip backgrounds and colors. We have ensured even the smallest interactions contribute to a seamless user experience. This gauge now serves as a perfect balance of form and function, standing out as a polished highlight in our dashboard. With these updates, it's ready to deliver key insights with style. Up next, we will explore more techniques to refine and elevate the overall dashboard design. See you there. In this session, we will focus on refining the line chart to create a cohesive look that seamlessly integrates with the overall dashboard design. Line charts are essential for tracking trends over time, but their default styling can often feel plain. By customizing key elements like the axis, grid lines, markers, and tooltip design, we can make the chart not only informative but also visually appealing. Let's start by customizing the X and Y axis. Here, from the Format Your Visual, under Visual, we have the X and we have the Y axis. We expand the settings for the X axis to adjust the label formatting. We align the font style and size with the dashboard theme for consistency. So for that, first I will change to Calibri. I will change the color to white so you can see what we are changing. This is the X axis. You can see the months here. You can change the font if you want. The font size, I mean. And then for the title, in the x-axis, I don't need it because it's obvious. Here is months. It's obvious they are months. So as I will show you where is the title. It's here, the month. So I will just remove it because I don't need it. For the layout is the distance between each element. I mean, I will show you how it looks like. If I put 180, you see you will need to move this to see it. So I will keep it to the minimum so I will get all the information in one view. Now the y-axis. I will change the values to Calibri and I want it to be white. I will show you the y-axis. It is here. Okay, for the y-axis, I will not need the information here. It will show in the tooltip. So for the y-axis, I will turn off the values and the title is already shown. I will show you. For the y-axis, if I change this to white and I change the title to white. Okay, this is a problem that happens very often, which is sometimes the visuals don't get into consideration the change that you want to do. For example, I applied the white color for both the um, title on the side and the values here. It was not taken into consideration. Let me try something else. For example, if I change the line color to purple, see, when I click on purple, it changed automatically to blue. Here, I have searched everywhere for a solution, and I was wishing that I encounter this while I am recording. Um, there is no solution to change. The only solution is to create a new line chart. You don't have even to copy paste. You need to create a new line chart from scratch. So I will create a new one. Until now, the time I'm recording, there is no solution for this. Okay, then I will repeat what I was doing even in the previous videos about transparency and so on. So I will just remove the transparency. Or I mean, I add transparency or I remove the background. And then let's try the colors. So we decided to have white and the Calibri. Okay, the title, we don't need it. Great. And here the y-axis. So the values should be white. Great. Now they changed. And they should be Calibri. And I don't need the title because it's already there on top. Now I will change the line color. So for the color, I will click on purple and here the interpolation type underline. See, let's start here. The line, there is line style. If you click on dashed, you get that result, dotted or custom. For me, I prefer dotted. And then if those dots should be this style or this style or this style. Now, the width, I will make it like this or I will make it even bigger. So for me, I will keep it like this. Now the interpolation, there is a smooth, it becomes like this, or there is cardinal. For me, I will keep it as cardinal. There is another option which is shade area. If I turn this on, you can see how it will look like. So, and you can play with the transparency as you wish. You can change its color. So, for example, let's say I want this to be orange, you see, and then the dots stay on the same color line. So I will make like this, or I can just turn off match line. I notice here that the white is not really matching the overall view, so I will just change because I was using the white to see what I was changing. Um, but for now, I will change this white color to this purple color to match. I will keep these in white to attract attention. And now in general tab, I want to change the title, which is this one. So sum of total revenue by month. And then this should be 17, and this Calibri, and this should be purple. Great. You remember we have tooltips also. So I will work on this tooltip. I will change it. I select here and then tooltip from general and then background, and then it should be dark, should be 15. And then for the text should be white. And the value color should be purple. Great. Okay. So here the line chart is ready. I will apply the same changes to the second line chart that I have in the second page. Now I will, of course, change the header icons. With just a few thoughtful adjustments, our line chart has evolved from a standard visual to a polished and purposeful element of the dashboard. It's no longer just a chart, it's a storytelling tool, guiding users through the data with clarity and elegance. Every detail, from the refined axis to the vibrant line styling, has been carefully considered to balance functionality and aesthetics. As we move forward, remember, every chart you create has the power to shape decisions and drive insights. Let's take this mindset into our next visual and continue building dashboards that not only inform but inspire. On the next session. In this session, we will dive into refining the bar chart to make it not just a data display tool, but a standout visual on your dashboard. Bar charts are among the most versatile visuals in Power BI, and with the right adjustments, we can ensure they communicate insights with clarity and style. We will start by tweaking the axis to improve readability, then move on to styling the columns and ribbons to add depth and personality to the chart. Finally, we will explore advanced options like tooltips, grid lines, and plot area backgrounds to enhance both functionality and aesthetics. Let's transform this basic chart into a polished, impactful visual that perfectly complements our dashboard. The first step is, as usual, I need to select the dashboard so I can see the properties. We change the x-axis values color to purple, and I will turn off the title. I will do the same for the y-axis. Here should be Calibri also. I turn off the title. I change the title here, sum of total revenue by category. And here should be Calibri and here should be 17. And I change the color. Great. You can see the grid line in behind, same like in the lines. We can change them. See, I will put in yellow so you can see it. Here is it becomes yellow. I can put it white, or I can simply remove it. I can simply remove this. And then the columns. For the columns, let's see here if I change to this color. You can play on the transparency in case you have a picture or nuance background. And then the border of the column, I will make it red so you can see. You see the red borders, but for me now I will make it like this. Now for the ribbons. If I turn it on, you see it will look like a 3D, but it's not a 3D. It's link between every visual and the other. You see how it looks like? With the border, it looks more appealing. So now the plot area background. If you want to add background to all this, you can do it by adding a picture from here. Now, considering the tooltip, as you can see, we have the same tooltip as always. We can either remove it or we can just adjust it. So the background, as always, 15 and dark. Yes, for the white, for the color should be white. Great. Now I will just change icon header to fully transparent and I make this white. I will apply the same to the next bar chart. You see, when I move from one to another, the property stays the same. I mean, the properties that I worked on, the last properties that I worked on for this visual, when I click here, I will find still it's open on the same, but I mean, the details change. For example, here, let's say I will work on the Y axis and the value, and I will change it to Calibri white, Calibri purple. Okay, this one. You see here we have the values and the visual and the purple. If I click on this visual, I'm still in the same tab of properties. So that's easy if you are working with so many visuals. Great, and I remove the title. I remove the title. So I'm jumping from one visual to another. We changed every detail. We customized it to create a visual that not only informs but also captivates. In our next session, we will continue elevating our dashboard visuals. So let's keep the momentum going. In this session, we are taking a closer look at tree maps, a powerful visual to represent hierarchical data and proportions. While tree maps are inherently informative, we can elevate their design to make them both visually striking and easy to interpret. Our goal here is to transform the default look to a polished professional visual that truly enhances your dashboard. We will work through several key aspects, including color customization, using the subtle and sophisticated colors, tones, and refining the labels for clarity, and enhancing interactivity with tooltips and formatting options. Let's dive in and bring some visual sophistication to your tree map. First, we select the tree map and check the properties available for us here. If you turn on the legend, you can see the legend is added. This is not what we need right now because it's a very simple tree map with only 4 categories, so we don't really need the legend. Now the colors. We can use advanced controls. Now I will choose, for example, for value mart, it will be a light purple. Super savings will be darker little. Mega mart will be the yellow. And here will be um this color. Let me see the overall look. I think this one is better. Yep. Great. Now that we changed the colors, we will check the labels. If you want to add the labels, you can add them and refine the details here. I will keep the labels. It's an important information. If I will keep the labels, I will remove the tooltip because it's the same information that I have. So I will go to general and I remove tooltip. Now I will change the text to light purple and it will be Calibri and it will be 17. With these transformations, our tree map is no longer just a static chart. It's a sophisticated interactive visual centerpiece. By integrating thoughtful colors, refined labels, and dynamic interactivity, we have created a tree map that balances functionality and style. Next, we will continue exploring advanced techniques to make every visual in the dashboard a masterpiece. See you there. Welcome back to another session in elevating your Power BI dashboards. In this video, we are shifting focus to visual headers, an often overlooked element that can make or break the polished look of your visuals. Previously, while refining our charts, I briefly customized headers. Now, we are taking it further. In this video, I will show you first how to show or hide specific icons in your visual headers for cleaner design. Then I will show you how to completely hide all visual headers when in reading mode to declutter your dashboard. And finally, I will show you how to add tooltips to the icon in visual headers, both simple text-based tooltips and advanced tooltip pages to enrich user experience and provide additional insights. Let's dive right in. Let's start with selectively showing or hiding icons in the visual header. This feature is perfect for reducing unnecessary distractions while keeping key controls visible. First, select the visual you want to adjust. Then, go to Format pane and expand the visual header section. First of all, I will toggle this to off. You can see that the visual headers are still visible here. So what I can do is I will publish. So now if I hover over this visual, you can see that there are no headers. While if I hover over any other visual, I can see the headers. Let's start with selectively showing or hiding icons in the visual header. This feature is perfect for reducing unnecessary distractions while keeping key controls visible. First, select your visual that you want to adjust. From visualizations, go to Control pane. First, select the visual that you want to adjust. Go to the Format pane and expand the visual header section. From General, Header Icons, you can see here we have a list of icons that we can activate and deactivate accordingly. So for now, I will activate Smart Narrative. You can see the icon here is added as Smart Narrative. Off, on. And I want to also remove Focus Mode, which is this one. So I will remove Focus Mode. It will be off. You can see Focus Mode is still here. But when you publish, you can see the difference. So we activated Smart Narrative and we deactivated the Focus Mode. I will publish and I will see if there is any difference in the dashboard. In the published mode, let's see if I hover over here. As you can see, I can see the Smart Narrative, but I can't see the Focus Mode anymore. This gives you precise control over what your users see and interact with, ensuring a cleaner and more intentional experience. Sometimes you want visuals to shine without any overlays or headers in the way, especially when the report is in reading mode. Here is how to hide visual headers entirely. So you have two ways. Either from here, you deactivate header icon. I refreshed the published dashboard, and as you can see, as I hover over here, there is no visual headers. However, if I hover over any other visual, you can see there are headers here. Same for this one, and same for this one, etc. So this is the first way. The second way is from options. So from file. From file, you click on options and settings, and then you click on options. Now, under current file, you click on report setting. Under visual options, you check hide the visual header in reading view. You hit OK, and now I will publish. And then I hover over here. As you can see, it's not showing. And I uncheck hide. Now I will start adding a text to an icon. First, I need to add the icon. So from the format pane, I expand header icons, and from icons, I choose help tooltip. So you can see here the help tooltip is added, but I will need to add the text. So from type, I keep it as text, and I can say, for example, this is the sum of total revenue by month of the year 2025, let's say. You can say whatever information you want to add. So I can choose bold. Color, it will be white. And for the background, I will choose this gray. And then transparency. And then let's see. Okay. I will change this a little. Make it darker. Okay, great. I will keep it as this one. Great. I will keep it as it is now. So now you learned how to add a text um, as information to the visual icon. That is the help tooltip. But how about if I want to add pictures? I want to add another report supporting the information that I am giving. What if I want to add uh, a metric or a KPI that changes according to certain data that I feed in? So for that, there is another way. You will have to create another page. Okay, you can customize this page as per your needs. So from visualizations, you go to canvas setting, custom, and you put the size you prefer. For now, I will choose canvas background and I will choose a dark color. And I will reduce the transparency to 0 so I can see this dark color. Now I will add a metric. Okay, I can, for example, put a pie chart and it's about the total cost by category. So I will just customize it. Total cost by category. And then I will make it transparent background the same way as we learned to do to adjust the details. To change this legend, I will open visual, legend, and text, and then I make it white. And then the title, I will put it off this category. Make it off. And then the color of the slicers. Okay. I will put off the detail labels. And then go back to general. I will change the color of the title to white. Now I want to add a text, but usually when I add the text, the frame of the text is bigger than the page I'm using, and then the size will change and it will be a mess. So I usually do this. I create another page. I create the text, for example. Please consider the portion, the cost for each category. Okay, and then I make it smaller and then I just copy it and paste it in the second page. Okay. I move it a little here and then, for example, I want the background to be transparent and the text white. So what I will do, first I select the text and then from effects, I remove the background. And from here, font text, I choose white, but I need it to be selected. Now it's white. Great. And I remove the page that I don't really need. And then I double click here. I name this one mm, visual header info. And from the sales overview page, I click on the visualization I'm working on and back to format your visual from general. I choose um, tooltip. I choose header icon and since we have uh, toggled this to on help tooltip, then this appears and then I will change this to report page. And then I choose report page. As you can see, this one is still deactivated. And that's because the report page we are going to use, which is visual header info, should be specifically set up as a tooltip page. And for that, we need to go to format. And then under page information, we need to check allow use as tooltip. We go back to sales overview. I click on the visual, format your visual, general, header icon, help tooltip, and now as you can see, it's activated. So for that, I will choose visual header info. And let's try this. As you can see, it's showing as information. You can put any information you want or any picture you want instead of the visual itself. Visual headers don't just serve a functional role. They are an opportunity to refine, simplify, and elevate your dashboard's design. By customizing icons, hiding headers in reading mode, and adding interactive tooltips, you can create a dashboard that's not only visually appealing, but also intuitive and engaging for users. Welcome back, everyone. In today's session, we are diving into the world of menu design, a crucial element for any interactive dashboard. An elegant and functional menu bar not only enhances navigation but also adds a polished, professional touch to your Power BI dashboards. To achieve this, we will be using Figma, a powerful design tool to craft a sleek and modern menu bar with three essential states, which is the default state, where the neutral design when no selection is active, and then the selected state where we are highlighting the current page or section, and the on-click state, which is the dynamic visual cue during user interaction. By the end of this video, you will have a fully designed menu bar that's ready for integration into Power BI, ensuring a cohesive and visually appealing dashboard. Let's jump right in and get started with Figma. First, we open the design that we have created previously in Figma, and then we need to play with the transparency so that we can still see the background that we have added. So I click on rectangle background. I make sure it is the right one that is selected here. And then I changed the transparency to 50%. Now, as you can see, we can see the menu on top. I will start by drawing a rectangle. I wanted to cover the employee performance because it's a longer or the length is longer. So I create the rectangle and then I want to choose the color to be 2A, 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 same as the background, and then I open and I make it slightly lighter. For the corner radius, I change it to 20. I will copy it and paste it, and I put it on the side. I will change the background transparency again to 100. Let's see how it looks. Okay, great. Now I will copy these two and I will move them down so I can work. So I can work on them separately. I will need a third one. I copy pasted and then I copy paste these three. And here you go. So one will be for the default state. The other one will be when the page is selected or the page is open. And the third one will be when we click on that page. The second one will be if the page is selected. So what I will do here, I will add an effect, which is a drop down shadow. And here it will be 6. Let's see. Okay. And then I will change this to another color. So if the page is open, I want the color to be purple. Okay. Now, if you click on the icon to open another page, that icon should show the background that is white. So I will click here and I change this to white. I have two menu bars, and if you change the menu design only, you will have the text over that menu, that design, which means in Power BI, this text will be over that design. And then when I move my mouse on top, this text will be covering the design I created or the button I created. So you will not be able to play any action on that button that we are creating because you will be actually selecting the text instead of the button itself. Let me show you an example here. We have here the text. You see, I want to click here. It doesn't work because the text is covering. While if I move a little bit here, I can see that I can click. So in this case, it's better to have the text with the design itself. So I will be preparing the text. First is sales overview. I want this to be white, and I want it to be actually bold. I increase this. Bold. I will resize this. Great. And I will have it on top. So now, if I will keep on copy pasting, it might not be on the same position and then the action will not be correct, even though I can see it is correct. But it's better to do this way. Copy this. And then you can add the shadow that you want. And I do the same for the second menu for employee performance. Now I will start saving these. So I will select these two, right click, group selection, and I will name this Sales Overview Default. The second one, group, and I will name it Sales Overview Page Open. And this one is group selection, Sales Overview Click. I will do the same for the second one, group, Employee Performance Default. And here, Employee Performance Click. Open, sorry. Page is open. And here, Employee Performance Click. Then I will start saving these. So I select it and then I export. I make sure it's PNG to maintain the transparency around the corners here. Export sales overview. I do the same for the second one. Also this one. And there you have it. A beautifully crafted menu bar with three distinct states, default, selected, and on click, all designed in Figma. This menu is now perfectly tailored to enhance both the look and usability of your Power BI dashboards. But we are not stopping here. In the next video, we will bring this design to life by integrating it into Power BI. You will learn how to customize the state and set up smooth navigation so your users can interact effortlessly with your dashboard. Make sure to follow along and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we have designed a sleek and functional menu bar in Figma, it's time to take the next big step, integrating it into Power BI to enable smooth and intuitive navigation. In this video, I will walk you through the process of importing the menu bar design into Power BI seamlessly, then customizing the menu states, default, selected, and on click to make interactions dynamic and user friendly. And then configuring navigation to link the menu items to different pages or sections of your dashboard. By the end of this session, your Power BI dashboard will feature a fully functional interactive menu that enhances user experience and gives you report a modern, professional feel. Let's get started. Now I open Power BI. I will remove these two. And from the menu, I will choose Insert and then Button and then Blank. I have this one. So I resize it. And from Format button, I choose Style. And I have different states here. Default, on hover, on press, and disabled. So I will choose Default. And since this page is open for the sales overview, then in the fill, I toggle it on, and then see here, I just want to show you something. If I put transparency to 100%, you can see that it is fully transparent, but any picture that I will add, it will still be transparent. It will not show up. So I will remove the transparency. It's okay, but I will add here the transparency through the DAX. And then from field value, I will choose transparency. And then okay. If you didn't follow up the course from the beginning, there is a section called Achieving Dynamic Transparency with DAX Techniques. Then you can see how we have created this field and how we can use it. So now from the style, I make sure it's default state. And then from the fill, then from browse, I will choose sales overview default. But this page is open for sales overview. So instead, I will choose the sales overview open and I resize accordingly. Okay. As you can see, if I click anywhere, you can see there is a square. It's a border. I click again from style. You can see here the border, you just toggle it off. And then here we go. For the click. And for that, I need to move from default to on press. I make sure it's on press. And then I have to change this picture to sales overview click. And then I want to also make sure that the field for the transparency is used. Okay. And now let's see. Yes, it's working. I will do the same for the second button, which is for the employee performance. So I will add a blank again. And then from the style, I make sure it's default states. And from the fill, I choose the transparency field value. I remove transparency from here, and then I choose the default state of employee performance. We need to also remove the border, and then here is the result. I would just do it like this. Great. So now I will add the click. So I click on this, and then from style, I make sure that the state is on press. And then from fill, I make sure the transparency is also there for the click. So from field value, I add the transparency. I click OK. You will still find this picture selected, but it's okay to remove it and choose the second one, which is for the click is this one. You need to be really organized to know where to put each and every design. So yes, this works. Oops, Control Z. Let's try again. Control Y. As you can see, there is no action added. So what I will do, I will just add an action, which is if you click here, it will take you to the page from page navigation to the page employee performance. Okay. Now I want to tell you something. If ever you did a mistake of putting the wrong design, to the state you want. For example, this page sales overview, you should not have an active click. So I did a mistake, for example, by adding um by adding this by adding the click. So it really work as a click. Okay, but I don't want this to happen. So what you can do is you need to click again and you need to know um, the default state that you have put. For example, in the default state here, what did you put? So you put the same for on press, because whether it is on press, on hover, or disabled, is always active. So they always take whatever you have added in the default state. So if you mess up in one of these and you want it to be as a default, you still need to customize it as the default state. So on press, I will need to change the fill to the default state, which is for here, because it's the page is open. So we will choose sales overview. Let's try this in the published dashboard. So I will refresh it and see what kind of result we have. So here we cannot click, as you can see, because the page is open. There is nothing to do with clicking. And here the click, you see, like, oh, it clicks. And let's try. Yes, it opens the second page. Now, to have a consistent design, I will just copy these two, and then I will have them in the second page. So I remove what I was trying to do before, and I will just paste it here. Now, all I have to do is to customize again the states. So we are in the second page. Normally, if this page is open, then, oops. So first, it will be difficult to really select it, because whenever you select, it will click. So what you can do is to select it this way, or simply from the selection pane, you can find it here. You select the button that you want. Okay, so you have two ways. So from style here, we have the default state, which should be employee performance, but this one, the pink one. And I don't want to have any click. So on press, employee performance, I remove this one and I choose this one. Okay, and I should remove the action here. Okay, and for the second one, I will change this to default, and I will have the fill as the default one, which is sales overview. The default should be this one. And for the click, I should change it on press, and I should change this to the click. And I should add an action, which is navigation, page navigation, and it should be the first page. Great. Now I will save my project and I will publish to see how it works. Okay, here I should not have any click, which is great. Here I should have a click. Great. And now I got to the second page where employee performance is selected. I should not have any click here, and here it works to get me back to the second page. Great job. You have now successfully integrated your custom menu bar into Power BI and configured the state and navigation to perfection. Your dashboard is no longer just a static report, it's now an interactive experience that guides users seamlessly through your data story. By combining the power of Figma for design and Power BI for functionality, you are mastering the art of creating dashboards that are both beautiful and highly effective. In the next part of your journey, you can continue refining and enhancing these elements for even more advanced interactivity. Thank you for joining me in this session. If you found this helpful, stay tuned for more tips and techniques to take your Power BI dashboard to the next level. See you in the next video. Welcome to this exciting step in enhancing your Power BI dashboards. In this video, we will focus on crafting a seamless and intuitive design for button-activated interactive visual switching. So we have two key bar charts, one showing the count of transactions by name and the other displaying the sum of total revenue by name and toggling between them with just a click. To make this switching smooth and user-friendly, we will prepare everything at the design stage. We will remove default chart titles and write them manually for better placement. Then we will add sleek arrow icons from Power BI, strategically positioned to guide the user through the visuals. By the end of this video, you will have an elegant, clean design ready for interactivity. Let's dive in and start crafting. First of all, I will start by removing the title. So here, sum of total revenue by name. I will choose general and then title, and then I have it here. I will not remove it from here. However, I will just hide it here because if I will remove it from here, I will show you what will happen. You see, here in the selection, I will have stacked column chart. Then if I will have two, I will not distinguish which is which unless I check the data inside. So to make life easier, I will keep it as it is and I will just put it off. And then I will resize again to keep space for for the button that we will put on top. I will do the same for the second one. So I will go to Format, Your Visual, General, and I will put this off. I will put it on top in such a way it's almost the same sizing. Okay. So you have two bar charts, one showing the count of transactions by name and the other one displaying the sum of total revenue by name. Instead of arrows or separate buttons, we will design a modern toggle button that allows users to seamlessly switch between these visuals. So first, I will take the same design we have created earlier. I will remove the text. I will make this smaller. Then I will copy it. Now I will create a small circle. Great. I will copy paste it here. But this small circle, I will make it blur. So for that, I will choose effects and then layer blur, and I will keep it white. Same for this one. Effect and layer blur. Okay. Now I will copy, paste the same, circle, and I will remove the blur, and I will make it a little bit smaller. Great. And then I will change the color to purple, and then I will add an effect, which will be maybe inner shadow, and I will copy this and I will paste it in the second one. Okay. I will move this on top so I can see it. Great. So I will group this, and then I will name it right on, which means whatever is in the right side will be on. And then I will group this and name it left on, then, which means whatever is in the left is on. Now I will be saving this selection by exporting it. So export, and then export this one too. Fantastic work. You have now successfully designed a sleek, user-friendly toggle button in Figma with two clear states. So this toggle is not just elegant, but also incredibly practical for switching between visuals in your Power BI dashboard. In the next video, we will take this toggle design and implement it into Power BI. Using bookmarks, we will bring the toggle to life by dynamically showing and hiding the bar chart based on user interaction. So get ready, the real magic happens when design meets functionality. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we have designed a sleek toggle button in Figma, it's time to bring it to life in Power BI. In this video, we will implement seamless interactive visual switching using bookmarks. By the end of this video, you will see how powerful and intuitive toggle-based design can be, enabling users to interact seamlessly with your dashboard visuals. Let's jump in and make this happen. Now, I will simply add the text on top in here. So for that, I will insert a text box. I resize it, and I will type sum of total revenue by name, and this one I will make it white and bold, and then from general effects I will remove the background, resize it, and I will place it here. From the selection layer box, I can double click to edit it, and I will put text sum of total revenue. So I would know which one I am selecting. Then I will copy this and paste it. And I will put it from here. So I will try just to make them look good. And I will change this to count of total transactions by name. And here I will need to change this text to text, and I will put here, oops, double click. Okay. And then count of total transactions by name. Okay, I deleted the other text. Okay. Now I will add the images PNG that we have created. This time we will not create a button. However, we will create a image, just a simple image that we will add. So from image, so first I add this right on, and then I select anywhere, image again, and left on. Okay, they are added. I resize and I put it here. I will do the same. They should be perfectly superposed. Great. Now I have my toggle ready. Now I will work on the bookmarks to hide and show charts that I want. And for that, I will have to first create the bookmark. So since I don't see any bookmark here, I see filters, selection, visualizations. I will go to view. I click on bookmarks and I can see the bookmarks. So now I will add the first one, which I will name it, rename. I will name it the total revenue chart. The second one will be count of transactions chart. Okay. So now let's focus. I will move this a little just to see, and I will move the chart to see it if you want to select from here. However, if you want to select from the selections here, everything is clear because we already named it. I suggest that you get used by organizing and selecting from the selection bar. So I will move it again and let's do it. So let's first imagine if we have the sum of total revenue by name, we will have this toggle left available. So the toggle right will not be available. Here I did not name them, so they are not clear. Okay, I will just rename it toggle right. Okay, and here toggle left. Okay, so if I want to show the total revenue by name, which is this one, total revenue by name chart, I will have the toggle left available, so I don't have the toggle right. So I will do like this to hide the toggle right. I will still have this text. And for the charts, of course, I will not have the chart of count of transactions. This will be hidden. So this is the look that it should be. So I have these hidden. When you work with bookmarks, you will mainly focus on what you will hide, not on what you will show. So after I finish, I will choose total revenue chart bookmark and I click on update. Now I select the second one and I can see here everything is shown up. So for the count of transactions, so I will have the count of transaction available, but not the sum of total revenue by name. So I will hide it. And for the toggle, it should be on the right side. So I will hide the left side. It should be this way. And then I come here and I click on update. So now, as you can see the result, it is there, but it is not still clickable. So for that, we will go back to BI and now we will do the button. I did not decide to add the button from the beginning because I want to show you each time when to add the button from the beginning and when we should have it after creating the image. So for that, I will insert a button. It will be blank. And it will be only here. I will copy it and paste, and the other one will be here. So when I click here, I go to style, and on press, it should move as action to the bookmark, which is, it should move to this one, sum of total revenue by name, sum of total revenue by name chart. That's the bookmark. And then from here, I will do the same, style, and action, and it should be bookmark, and it should go to transactions. But we should not forget to remove the border, and here also I will remove the border. Great. I will publish. I will refresh this. If I click here, it should give me the second one. If I click here, it should give me the first chart. Well done. Now that you have successfully implemented an interactive toggle button in Power BI using bookmarks, users can switch between your two visuals, count of transactions and sum of total revenue, with a single click. This technique doesn't just improve functionality, it makes your dashboard feel modern, dynamic, and user-friendly. And you can save space also. In future sections, we will continue enhancing interactivity, adding more intuitive elements to your Power BI dashboards. Keep practicing with bookmarks and toggles as they are a powerful tool to elevate any design. I will see you in the next video. We have got more interactive magic to create. Welcome to a new level of interactivity. In this video, we will focus on designing hover over elements in Figma, which can transform your Power BI dashboards into a more engaging and user-friendly experience. Here is what we are doing. We will take the existing canvas design of the visuals we previously created in Figma. For each visual, we will create hover over effect by changing the light color, giving each canvas its own distinct interactive style. This subtle change will provide a dynamic visual response that grabs attention and improves user engagement. By the end of this course, you will have a beautiful set of hover ready elements ready to be implemented in Power BI for smoother interactivity. Let's get started. So first, if you remember, we have created so many canvas, and for that we will be selecting all of them, copy, and then we will paste them here. Great. Now we will work on them individually. So first of all, this one, which is selected here, you can see the ellipse here. I will change its color to yellow, for example, something related to like it looks like a light or something different a little. Okay, great. Ellipse. And I will make it okay. What I will do now is that I will select this. I will again copy it and I want to see how it looks like here. Great. This is how I want it to look like, exactly how I want it to be. So I will delete this one. And I go back to the design I'm doing. And then here for the ellipse, I will choose, I will copy a color code and I will paste it for all the other uh, designs. So I will be naming these chart 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It will be easier. So here in this group, I will rename this to or canvas 1, Canva 1. Okay. And this one will be Canva 2. This one will be Canva 3. This one will be Canva 4. This one will be Canva 5. And this one will be Canva 6. Okay, now I will start exporting them. So Canva 1. And I will do exactly the same for the second page. Fantastic work. You have now designed sleek and polished hover elements in Figma by tweaking light colors for each canvas. This small yet powerful design change makes your dashboard visuals feel dynamic and interactive while maintaining a professional aesthetic. In the next video, we will bring these designs to life by implementing them directly in Power BI. We will set up the hover over effects so users experience smooth transitions and visual feedback as they explore your dashboard. Stay tuned. You are about to see your design come alive. Welcome back. Now that we have designed our hover over elements in Figma, it's time to integrate them into Power BI to create real-time interactivity. In this video, we will make your dashboard visuals come alive with smooth and engaging hover over effects. We will take the hover over elements designed in Figma and feed them into Power BI. And we will ensure these interactive effects enhance the user experience without cluttering the dashboard. By the end of this session, your dashboard will respond dynamically to user actions, giving it a polished and professional touch. Let's jump right in. First of all, I will insert a button and I will put it here. I will resize it all over the Canva or the container that is containing the visual. So then from style, I make sure here it's on hover. And then I remove the border. And for the fill, of course, I will put transparency from the field that we have created before. And then from the browser, I select Canvas 1. So now, if I move away my cursor, you can see there is white color, but I mentioned that we use the transparency DAX formula, but that's for the hover. But this state is without a hover. You see the white when the cursor is away. So for this, you would need to click on default and you choose transparency 100%. And here we go. This is the result. I will do the same for the other visuals. And for that, I will copy this one and paste it. And I will paste it here. I did this because I don't want to repeat the same thing about the DAX formulas and so on. I will only change the fill to the picture or the visual that we have created in Figma. So I will choose on hover and I will choose not this one, but Canvas 2. The same thing will be for the third one. So I will keep everything the same. Just on hover, we will have the third visual. Great. And then again, I will do paste and I will move it here. Okay. And then from style, I will choose the fill. As you remember, in the previous videos, I mentioned that if you have used, for example, let's say the fill, okay, option, and you selected another visual, the fill will still be open as an option, but it will be related to the new visual that you have selected. So that's why the process is so easy. Now, since I have chosen the image fit to normal, it means it will be the same size, the same original size. You will just need to move it and to adjust it to be on top of the container. Great. I will do also the same for the other one here. Dial on hover, and it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Fill is 5. Okay, and then I will do the same for this one. Should be number 6. Okay, style. And this fill will be this one. Now, as I told you, I will do the same to the next page, and this will be the hover over effect. You can use the hover over effect also, for example, with lines under the menu, or lines under the titles here. So you can be creative, just learn the technique, and you can use it in different things. Not only the visual itself, it can be the menu, it can be the filters, it can be the slicer, it can be an image, it can be even an icon that you add for, let's say, social media link or something else. So just learn the technique and be creative in where you will use that technique. Great job. You have now implemented smooth and interactive hover over effects in Power BI using the elements we designed in Figma. This technique elevates the user experience, making your dashboards more engaging, intuitive, and visually appealing. Remember, hover over effects are perfect for providing subtle feedback to users while keeping your dashboards clean and functional. In the next steps, we will continue enhancing interactivity by combining action techniques and more dynamic elements to take your Power BI designs to the next level. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are diving into designing a custom slicer background in Figma to elevate the visual appeal of your Power BI dashboards. Slicers are a fundamental part of user interactivity, but often they look basic and out of the place in highly polished dashboards. We are going to change that today by designing a sleek, professional slicer background in Figma. I will guide you through the process of creating a clean layout, selecting elegant colors, and ensuring the design aligns seamlessly with your dashboard aesthetics. This custom slicer design will not only enhance usability but also create a visually unified and engaging experience for your end users. By the end of this video, you will have a beautifully designed slicer background ready to integrate into Power BI and give your dashboard a refined, high-end look. Let's get started. So first, we open the design in Figma. Then we draw a rectangle. For the color of the fill, I will choose the same color here. Great. Now I want to change the corner radius. I will only change this side. So this will be 20. And then I will add a maybe a drop shadow. Okay. And I will copy this and paste it on top. And I will make one smaller. So we have two. This should be the first slicer that appear always, and that when you click on it, you will have the slicer. Or um, you can put it on this side, wherever you want. So I will be putting it on top. And I will take it away from the frame so I can work on it. So in case it is close, I will need to put um, a text that says this is a slicer. Plus, I want to add an arrow to show, yes, you can expand it. Or I name it filter. And I want it to be bold. And I want this to be in the middle. And I want an arrow that is pointing down. And for the color, I want um, same like this, but a little lighter. Great. And then I do this. And then this one will be like this. Okay. Okay, so we got this. What I will do, I will just copy these two. And I will put them here, but I will group them first. Group selection. And then I will be and to ensure consistency, I will just put these, copy, put it here. This one should be straight on top. Great. Yes. First, I will group it. Slicer open. And this one, group. Slicer closed. And that's it. I have two panes, one closed and one expanded. So since we have successfully designed the custom slicer background, now we will add a touch of elegance and cohesion to our dashboards. In the next video, we will take this design further as we implement interactive slicers with show and hide functionality in Power BI. This will make your dashboards even more dynamic and user friendly. So make sure you are ready with this slicer design, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are about to take our slicer design to the next level by implementing interactive slicers with show and hide functionality in Power BI. This feature allows users to control what they see on the dashboard, offering a cleaner, more interactive experience. Here is what we will cover. By the end of this video, you will have an interactive dynamic slicer system that enhances both the usability and aesthetic appeal of your Power BI dashboard. Let's jump right in. So, first of all, I will edit the slicer, and for that, I will select the slicer. From Format Your Visual, I click on Slicer Header. If I turn it off, this means the title on top is off. I will show you the title. If I change the color, you can see department name. For now, I will keep it. Now, if you want to change the whatever is inside the slicer itself, let's say here operations and etc., you will need to open values. And from values, I click on white. Then you can see the value color changed, but here you cannot see it because the background is white. And for that, I will have to change the background. Maybe I put it like this. Or let's see. I make it dark. Okay, great. Now, if you see here under values, there is the border. The border we are talking about here is the border around the name itself. For example, let's say top, bottom, left, right. You see that there is a border now created. I don't want to have a border. Maybe let's see how it looks like if I have on the bottom. You can have lines only, but I don't want any kind of border to be added. Okay. I will do the same for the second one. So I click here, format your visual. And then slicer header. And then I make this white. And then for the values, I choose this to be white. And for the background, choose this to be dark. Okay. Okay, great. N- Now, there are two ways. Either you add a button, knowing that if you add a button, you add it for the whole square here, and then wherever you will click in an empty space, it will close. The slicer that is open will close. Or you add an image and the button will be only on down. I will show you the way I will do it. First with an image, and then I will explain what is the difference with the button. So first I will insert an image. I will add the slicer uh, in its open state, but I will need to change this to fit. So from format image, I click on image and then style and then fit. And then I expand it until down here. Okay, right. Now, okay. Now I select anywhere and I check in view selection so I can see the layers. Here selection is all about the layers. And I have this image. I will rename it image slicer open. And I want it to be under the slicer itself. So I put the slicers on top of it because I want to see how it will look like. So here is the slicer. It's in its open state. Right. Okay. Now, if I want to add a reset slicer, there are so many ways to do this. The first way is to add a button blank and I fill it with an image that I upload or I design. And then I add an action that says clear the filter. Or I can simply add clear slicer here. And then from the shape, I can change the shape on default or on hover on plus, and it has its own action uh, already assigned. So for me, I think I will use this one, reset, and I will put it on top and I will add a text. So from style, I toggle this on and I say reset slicer and I put it in the middle and then it will be white. And then I resize this a little. So as you can see, this one doesn't have an action yet. And for that, I want to say that on press, I want this action to happen, which is in all slicer. I want to make sure that because it disappeared on press, so I check the border is white. So it disappeared on press. So what I do is on press, I open the icon again so it will appear. Okay, maybe for example on press you want it to look white, for example, let's say, as you can see like this. I will try to add a filter. Okay, and this one, for example, okay. And now I want to clear all filters. It's not working yet. Let's review the action. So on default state, on default state, I should not have any action. And on press state, clear all actions. So let's publish this. I want to see the difference. So from home, I check publish. So always remember to activate the tooltip before you publish. Otherwise, you will not see the action taken into consideration in the publish dashboard. Great. Now we have our slicer open active and ready. We will add the slicer closed, but before that, I will group all these together. So this one with this one with this one and with this slicer. So this, and this. Group, and I will name it slicer open. Slicer open. Let's see if I hide it. Yes, I should not have anything here. Okay. Now I will add the second image, which is the slicer close. And it should be on fill. So I can yes. And it should be on fit. So it will be always the size, it will adapt the size of the container. Like this. And then here. And then here. Okay. And now I will choose this as, I will name it as slicer close. And the same way we did for these dashboards when we use the bookmark, I will do the same for these slicers. I think this looks better, even though I lost I will keep this. Let's see. Okay. So, um, the same way I did for these charts, I will do for the slicers. So for that, I will create the bookmarks. I will click on view, select bookmarks so I can have it here. And then I create a new bookmark, which is called slicer open, and another one called slicer close. Okay, and then I will start by slicer open. When the slicer is open, I should not see the closed slicer, and I update this. And now for the slicer close, I should not see the slicer open, and then I update this. Okay, now I want to add a button, and for that, I will click on add button. It will be blank. And here I will name it also button slicer close. So I choose from the format button action Uh, and the action should be bookmark. And the bookmark should be when I click on the button of the slicer close, it should uh, display the slicer open. I just want to make sure I want this on press. Yes. Okay. Now another button, blank, and it will be here. And this one, I will name it button slicer open. And for the action, it should be tape on press. It should be a bookmark. And when I click on this, it should display the closed. So slicer close. Let's see if the tooltip is activated. Yes. Okay. Now I need to just add these buttons to the bookmark. So the slicer close, the slicer open should have also the slicer open button together with it. And the slicer close, so then I will need to group these two. I will name it slicer close. So again, I will update. If the slicer is open, the slicer open should be there. The slicer closed should not be there. And I update. Now, if I have the slicer close, the slicer close should be there. And the slicer open should not be there. And I update. And it looks like I have switched. Okay. Okay. Let's see now. I will publish. So I have now the dashboard published, and let's see how this works. And I reset this. Oh, great. But I notice here, as you can see, the button that we have added, it has the border on it. If I close, see the border of the button. I will simply remove that. I will click on the button, slicer open, and then style, and then I remove the border. As you can see, the border is removed. And the same for the closed. I remove the border, and here we go. We don't have a border anymore. I will publish again. So for now, I will try this again. So close it and open it, and I close it and I open it, and then it's a slicer. Okay, now it works perfectly. Well done. You have just implemented a powerful show and hide slicer system in Power BI. So in the next video, we will add this even further by adding a subtle blur effect for a softened background when you open the slicer to have a more focus on the slicer itself. Are you ready? Let's dive in. Welcome back. In this quick video, we are adding a subtle blur effect to the dashboard background, creating a sleek, modern focus effect. The goal here is to make the slicer stand out when it's open, drawing the user's attention exactly where it needs to be. This simple technique adds a sense of depth and elegance while maintaining a clean, professional look. Let's jump in and make it happen. It's a very easy step. What we need to do is to create a square. So I click on insert and then square. So once we have the square, I have it here. I will name it square so I don't lose it. And then I will move this under the slicers, but on top of all other layers. And then I will make this bigger. And then from style, I change this color to dark. And I change the transparency. I remove the border and I will add this to the slicer open. So this one will appear with the slicer open. Great. When I add it to the slicer open, I make sure all the other elements are on top. Okay. Now let's try again. Let's try again. I didn't need to update the bookmark because the bookmark is updated to detect the group layer. If I was working on different layers, then I will need to update it. But if it is detecting the group layer, then anything included, it will be added automatically. So I will publish and see the result. Okay. So I have this states. I want the filter to expand and give me more focus to the filter pane or the slicer. So for that, I will click on filter and here we go. Okay. Reset. Great. Now I will close it and see what happened. Great. And there you have it. With the subtle blur effect in place, your slicer now stands out beautifully whenever it's open. This effect not only enhances user focus, but also gives your dashboard a more modern, premium feel. With this polished touch complete, you are one step closer to creating a truly immersive user experience. Stay tuned. There is even more refinement and interactivity to come in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are taking your Power BI dashboards to the next level by integrating photo management and display techniques. I will show you how to effectively manage photo links, build a structured photo repository, and use them to create dynamic, interactive photo displays. Specifically, we will use a multi-row card to showcase images dynamically, adding visual appeal and interactive functionality to your dashboard. This is a great way to personalize your reports, making them engaging and user-friendly for your audience. Let's get started. So first of all, we will need a repository where we will upload all the images. It's not effective to upload the images in Google Drive or Photos because you will not get the link that is ending with the format .png or .jpeg. We need the link that ends with the format of the file. And for that, I am using GitHub. I know for those who are not used to GitHub, it looks overwhelming. Me too. I feel overwhelmed whenever I open GitHub. But this time, I'm adding a file where you will have to follow step by step. There are very few steps. You will just need to follow them to upload your images, and they are very easy to apply. If you want to practice only, I'm providing the link to this repository Also, I'm providing the list of links of each and every image. Apart from that, if you are doing a dashboard for your company, then you will need to use the repository provided by your company, making sure that you will get the link ending with .jpeg, same like this one, or .png. Plus, something is very important is that whoever will see the dashboard should have access to the folder where these images are stored, or else we will not see the display of the images. So in this repository, I have uploaded all the images, as you can see, making sure that all the images have the same size. There are so many tricks to have the same size for all the images. For me, I have used Canvas and I have created so many pages in Canvas that have the same sizing, and I have added all the photos, and then I have exported them. You can also use Figma. You can create so many frames and you fill those frames with the photos, or even you can just resize each and every photo separately. So there are so many ways, and you can choose whatever way you prefer, as long as the output is having all the images having the same size. By the way, if you are going to use GitHub, if you open, for example, this photo, the link on top, .png, this is not the link of the image. To make sure that this is the link of the image, you need to open it in a separate page. In GitHub, you open the photo and you right click and you click on copy image address. And in a new tab from the browser, you paste it and you will have the image only. So this is the right link. Now, let's go back to our dashboard. I want the images to be displayed here, and I want them to interact with whatever selection is going on here. For that, I know that the informations from here are taken from the field fact transactions. So the first thing I will do is I will create a new column. And here I got a field where I need to add the DAX formula. So there are two ways. Either you open Excel and you have this data ready before you even start from the beginning, and you connect it to Power BI, or you open Power Query in Power BI and you manually add field by field. But imagine you have 1,000 of employee or 2,000 of employee, or not even employee, if you are having products to display and you have so many products to display and you need the image of that product. So in this case, it's better to have the same link, same like in GitHub. For example, if you notice, all the links are having the same URL at the beginning, and then I had done something quite smart. You need to do the same, which is I name the file same as the name of the person from the field name. You can do, for example, if you have products, you can name the file of the product same, the name of the product in the field, in the appropriate field. So I tell you why. We have here the same link that is always there in GitHub. It should be the same also in whatever repository you are using. And then you will see that the ending part is different. So in here, you notice that there is a field name, and there is the space, and there is the family name. So this formula, what it will do, since I'm naming it correctly as per the name, I'm taking this and I'm adding to this link the name and the family name, and I'm adding .png. In such a way, I will not have to repeat everything again and again. I open the new column and I paste it here and I hit enter. It will be populated automatically and I will show you how. In table, you have it populated like this, but I need to add one step more is that I need to select image URL and from data category, I need to choose image URL. Great. Now, back to the dashboard, I will start displaying the images. And so for that, I will choose a table. In so many references on internet, I find people choosing this one, which is multi-row card. I don't find it effective because it's difficult to resize the image inside of it. It's not difficult, it's quite not possible. So for that, I will choose the table here. And then I will put the image URL. I slide it here. Great. So now I have the image. If I deselect this, I can see I have a list of everyone that is here. But I don't want this. What I want is that I want the table to render only one picture and I don't want to see the others. So I will select the table and from here, I need to click on first. Great. Now I have only one. Even if I'm deselecting, so normally I should have all of them. So here, if I click on Katie, I will get Katie picture. And if I click on Samantha, I will get Samantha picture. Now I want this picture to be bigger. So for that, I will click on Format Your Visual. And here I have image size. And I can choose 150. And 150 still is not enough. I will choose 300. Great. This is the size I want. I want to also remove the background. For that, I click on General, Effects, and I remove the background. And for the style, I will change it to none. And I don't want to see any horizontal grid, which is that line. And I will remove any kind of grids. This border, if you have so many, it works very well, but so many pictures, I mean, it works very well. So for example, if I do like this, you can see the borders are added, but this is not, I don't need it. Great. To remove first image URL, it's not possible. So what I will do, I will put this line instead. Great. Now I will choose multi-row card. And in this card, I will put the name and I will put the total revenue. And same there, it is displaying the list of all the employees available. I don't need that. I only need the first one. So for that, I will click on first. Automatically, it gives me only the first. I will remove the background here. And for that, from the format, general, I remove the background. Great. And now I will change. And now I will change the text inside. So from the callout values, which is the number here, I will choose white. And then from the chords, which is the name, I will choose purple. And I will choose this one. And Arial black. Great. So it will be clear. Then for sum of total revenue, it should be under visual category labels, and I should change it to lights, light gray, maybe this one. Make it smaller. Okay, great. So now I will publish and see what kind of results I have. So let's try now. This is Katie, Samantha, Max. Great. So, and now you have learned how to manage photo links, build a reliable photo repository, and integrate those images into your dashboard using a table and multi-row card. This simple yet powerful technique enhances your visuals, creating a dynamic and polished experience for your users. Incorporating photos into your Power BI reports adds a personal touch and makes data storytelling even more engaging. I can't wait to see how you implement this in your project. Congratulations on completing Power BI Dashboard Advanced UI UX Design Techniques. You have taken a huge step toward mastering the art of dashboard design and interactivity. And I couldn't be prouder of the progress you have made. Throughout this course, you have learned how to elevate your dashboards with creative layouts, polished visuals, and interactive features. From crafting stunning backgrounds in Figma to implementing hover-over slicers and dynamic visual switching, you now have a toolkit of techniques that can transform any dashboard into a visual masterpiece. But remember, this is just the beginning. The true power of what you have learned lies in your creativity. Take these skills and adapt them to your own projects. Experiment, innovate, and create dashboards that reflect your unique vision. Whether you are designing for work, building a standout portfolio, or even selling templates to generate income, the possibilities are endless. If you found this course valuable, I'd love to hear your feedback. Please take a moment to leave a review. It helps me improve and inspires other learners to join. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. I look forward to seeing how you use these techniques to create something amazing. Until next time, keep designing, keep innovating, and let your creativity shine.